Hello, hello, hello. We are back at it again. I'm a little bit more to the side than I wanted to be for this. We're still fixing some buggy stuff. So, well, I guess buggy's not quite the right word. We're still fixing angles and stuff like that. It's much more centralized. Cool. Hello. Yeah, work on the camera angle stuff too. Anyways, we're back, and Pikachu is still here. Oopsie. Hey, you gotta stay there. Okay. Was out of it for a bit with COVID. It sucks. Missed 5 streams because of it. Because I wasn't feeling it. I was dead, basically. It was horrible. Word of recommendation, don't get COVID. We're going to keep it casual today. This is also sort of a test. I'm streaming to 3 different platforms right now. The stream is going to Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. All on live. Hopefully OBS doesn't decide this is too much. We're going to keep an eye on it, see what goes on. If it does end up being too much for my computer and my upload to handle, we'll be moving it strictly back to Twitch. So if you're watching this on Kick or YouTube, I do recommend hopping over to Twitch and giving me a follow there if you like my content. That is where 90% of my streams are going to be. There might be the occasional one where I go and pop on Kick or YouTube solo, but that's also very, very unlikely. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and keep it rolling with some Scarlet Hunting, Shiny Hunting. Hopefully We didn't ruin what we were going to do today with what we did yesterday. New mass outbreaks. They have a lot. Oh yes. Okay. So they're bringing back them. Okay. We need. I really want to get a shiny Phantump and Grievard. So we're going to be going around to all of the locations that have them and grabbing them. I'm not too concerned about Drifloon because I have a shiny Drifblim on. Oh, we can get Sentret too? Yes. I'm not too concerned about getting Drifloon because I have a shiny Drifblim on my Pokemon Home from Legends Arceus. Maybe we'll consider Arrokuda. But I also just recently got a Mimikyu. I might still go for Mimikyu. There's a chance that your Pokemon at these outbreaks can come away with a special mark called the Crafty Mark. Let's see what we got in the world of Paldea as well. A bunch of, yep, good, all the good ones, because I'm really wanting to get some of these guys, for sure. Ooh, a Rotom. That could be fun, but I already have shiny Rotom. Maybe. Maybe we'll do that. I already have shiny Magnezone too. Do we have any others? Tarantula, I've already got a Spidops that I evolved from a shiny Tarantula. Young Goose is... no, I've got a Gumshoos on my Pokemon Go. Okay, so... yeah, no, apparently it's not a lot. Hey, how is it going? So sorry I didn't see your chat at first. I'm trying something different because it's normally I'd have a multi-chat on here from Restream, but we're not using Restream. Don't tell them. We are using an actual plugin from OBS itself to do the multi-streaming. And we're using a... me? I'm from Arizona. Little small town area at the moment, although I plan on moving in March if I can help it. Let's see. You know what? We'll start with the Grievard in Kitakami. Where are we at again? Oh no, we'll start at Phantom because we're right there. Oopsie. I didn't mean to actually run into the Phantom. So yeah, in March, lease is up on my apartment. My wife and I are planning to move to Phoenix, Arizona. We found that as, in general, where we're at right now, we don't have as much entertainment value as we would like. There are very few, like, cons or fun places to go where we live. So, moving to Phoenix, much bigger area, and also they have like 5 cons a year, and we're able to also, not just the cons, but there's like a lot of shops and everything there that we can actually go and have fun at. And the main reason we're waiting until our lease is up in March is because it's expensive to break a lease. It's a waste of money if we can wait it out till the lease is up. Go get him, Genki. Thank you. Sometimes he doesn't like to listen. And you'll have to pardon me every so often. I might have to cough because this is more than I've used my voice in a minute. As I was saying earlier, COVID is a rude SOB. Thankfully, I'm on the tail end of it, and now it's just mainly a cough and some physical weakness. Get him, Gengi. Hoping I get lucky on some of these outbreaks, because there's quite a few Phantom and Grievard ones, but I did all of them yesterday, and I was not lucky at all. I got like 0 shinies. And then I suppose if we go through all of the outbreaks, we're probably gonna have to go and get some herba mystica, because your boy don't have any herba mystica right now. Alrighty. Just gotta look for the little white stump with red leaves. I wouldn't mind getting 2 so I can keep one as a Phantom and evolve one into Trevenant, but we'll see how that goes. Ah! Tree stump ambush! It's just too bad for him. While we're stuck in this, let's just keep an eye out around us. Okay, not missing out on any so far. Just the regular Phantoms. And I saw a Sentret for a second there. That looked like it had red on it for its ears. Wow. Oh. Okay. Oh, number of Phantom in the outbreak is definitely getting lower. Sorry about that. As I said, COVID's a pain in the rear. If you're curious, I don't normally stream my shiny hunting. It's not that I don't shiny hunt or don't stream, it's just that I have other stuff scheduled that I'd prefer to stream. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are my normal streaming days. I normally stream Detective Pikachu Returns. I have a wildcard day on Wednesday, so I kind of choose whatever I want. I just finished up playing Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. I think eventually I'll fill Wednesdays with another Zelda game. And then Thursdays is Tears of the Kingdom. Oh. He went all the way around this dude right here instead of getting him. Wacko. Gengar's a clown. It's the only clown I like. Where are you going, buddy? Go get him. Yeah. Dude. Good golly. If I sent out my Zoroark, it wouldn't be this much of a problem with the fights. Let's see. There we go. Get him. Get them all. Look for the white stump. Not many left from the original outbreak. Good to know. Get him. Yeah. Lick. Boom. No white stump so far. Turn around. Get him. Yeah. Alright. Depending on if we get lucky with our herba mystica in the raid matches, I might do a shiny sandwich hunt for Jangmo-O later on. Still need one for, I guess, personal reasons I really want one. The shiny's really cool for its final evolution. Swing. Okay. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. No. Go back out and get him. Get him. Get her done. Tell me, do you have a favorite Pokemon that's in Scarlet and Violet, or is there one in particular that you're missing from Scarlet and Violet that you really wish was in this game? Get him. Boing. Oh, Pokemon have dispersed from the outbreak. Let's just take a run around. Make sure we're not missing one out here. Oh, I was. What kind of luck? Hold on. I need to capture that. That was unexpected. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and catch it in a Premier Ball. Oh, maybe. I don't know how many Premier Balls I have. Oh, no, not Curse. Oh, wait, no, it's different Curse. Okay, I thought it was a... Ooh, I was about to be mad. Come on. Oh, so close. I didn't even mean to run into him. Forest Curse. Okay. That's better than Curse, because Curse would have been cutting his HP in half. Well, actually, that could have helped me, I suppose. Crit Cap. Oh, right. Good lord, not even 20 minutes into the stream, and we just caught ourselves our first shiny. Let me take a look at you. Uh-huh. That's so cute. Oh, I love it. Okay. Good. Oh, Destiny Bond. Well, that's only really a big deal if I tried to, kill it. Oh, you didn't get the mark. That's okay. That's a-okay. I'm really happy that I caught you, because the outbreak's gone. I just was running around, suddenly there was red leaves. Okay, next stop, we're gonna make it the Grievard. We're keeping up the spooky vibes for this stream. That was a pretty nice find. I'm a happy camper with that. Seeing how we're doing. I'm just, like I said, don't tell Restream that we're not using it. We're using a OBS plugin that allows me to stream to multiple sites, and I'm testing it today to make sure that it's actually working. Oh, there's the Grievards. Okay. Now we gotta be on the lookout for a little golden doggy. I mean, he is golden because he's good as boy. But, we absolutely have to get 2 shiny Grievard at some point, because I want to keep one as a Grievard, and then I want to evolve one into Houndstone. It's not a requirement for the Phantom. I'll evolve it into Trevenant regardless. But, oh, I almost got into a fight with an Illumise. That's a whoopee boy. I think it's pretty basic of me to answer with this, but one of my favorite ghosty boys is Gengar. And it's been that way since Gen 1. It's just been unfortunate that as a kid I didn't have good friends. If I were to trade them a Haunter, they were going to keep it. They weren't going to give me back my Gengar. But thanks to Legends Arceus, I'm able to come through here, get myself a Haunter, and evolve it solo, and have done so, in fact. This Gengar you see right now is from my Legends Arceus playthrough. Real quick. Oh, quit fighting for a second, Gengi. He was my very first shiny alpha in the game. So, I brought him here. He no longer is big boy. I mean, he's still pretty darn big compared to the rest of the Gengars that I've had and everything. But his title is now Gengar, the former alpha. Which is really darn cool. This is a horrible spot for an outbreak to hop up. Just saying. I'm just gonna start knocking out everybody and their grandma. I do like that they brought the Jotonian Wooper to Kitakami. Did you guys know that in Pokemon Go they're doing a Wooper for Community Day in November? They're doing both the Paldean and Jotonian Wooper in the outbreak, so you have a chance at getting both as shiny and then getting shiny Quagsire and shiny Clodsire. I'm stoked for that. That ought to be fun. I've always liked Wooper. The problem is that I choose, when I play my Gold Silver Crystal or Heart Gold Soul Silver, nowadays I only choose Totodile. He's my favorite of the water starters, all the way through Gen 9. And honestly, he's really good too. You don't know where to go. All the buggies are in the way. Just start knocking them out. I feel like there should be more Grievards. There's one. Get him. There's another one. Get him. No, go that way. Don't be silly, Gengi. So yeah, it's very basic of me to say, but I think Gengar is my favorite. That being said, I still have other ghosty favorites that I like to have around too. You know, while we're at it, why don't we make a spooky team? I've got enough shinies that I can make a spooky team. We're actually going to put you down here. Fish Stick can go back over here. You can go with the rest of the evolutions. You can go down here with your Bud Snorlax. So can you, Raichu. So we'll make it like Ghosties and Darks. So we need to get my Umbreon, of course. I have 0 sorting in this box. Or any of these boxes, honestly. Oh, yes. Okay, grab that one. I need to work on the stats for a bunch of these. And we'll grab, of course, Mimikyu. And then... where is my Zoroark? There's Phantom. Okay. Let's see. There he is. Just so you all can see, these are all shinies I've gotten throughout time. The Spiritomb and the Zoroark are for sure from Legends Arceus, along with Gengi. I actually, Masuda Method bred this Umbreon while I was in Pokemon Sword, well before Scarlet and Violet came out. I caught this Spiritomb in Legends Arceus. This Fluttermane, there's a special way to get it in Pokemon Scarlet. So if you make a shiny encounter ghost sandwich, you go down to the very bottom floor of the Area 0. And you run around in that watery area. You might see a couple of Glamora, but very few and far between. And because of where you're at, none of the regular walking Pokemon will spawn because you're in the water. So Fluttermane's the only thing that can spawn. And for some reason, it glitches out and makes it so it's a shiny Fluttermane. Normally, you can get one that says like it's a morning person or something, which mine doesn't. Mine got the uncommon mark for a sociable Pokemon. And then I just recently shiny hunted for Mimikyu here in Kitakami. This is actually the first shiny I caught in Kitakami. It was an outbreak before they did these ones now. and no mark. And then, of course, Shiny Zoroark. One of the coolest looking, almost wildest Pokemon out there. Might become part of my Parma team. But as it stands, we need to run around with our ghostly, haunted crew, don't we? Oh, the rain's gonna cause some problems. Maybe. Why don't we... let's have some fun with Fluttermane for a minute. Give Genki a break. I love the concept behind Fluttermane for its appearance as a Paradox Pokemon. Okay. Come on. Okay. You're being weird. Let's just... There we go. Anyways. It's along the same lines as Screamtail. I know everybody knows the theory that the Paradox Pokemon are not real. They're based on the dreams and imaginations and wishes of the researchers. I was gonna say, where are you going? Anyways. The theory that I like, though, that surrounds the Paradox Pokemon that are like Fluttermane and Screamtail in the past forms in Scarlet, that they don't evolve into their final form, is it's because what they used to evolve didn't exist back in the time of the distant past that these Pokemon are supposedly from, which is the stones. There's no moonstones, there's no dusk stones, there's no thunderstones. Any evolutionary stone has not fallen to Earth yet. The theory is that these Pokemon are changing and evolving due to the presence of an element in the stones that's not there normally. So instead of that, they would evolve naturally, which is why Mistru was turned into Fluttermane. No, you can come up here. I know you can go. What are you? Fine. Wait, I have never caught a Greavard in this game? Weird. Well, it's not shiny or anything, but we're gonna catch it because I need it for the decks. Anyways, the theory is that back in the distant past, meteors had not yet fallen to Earth to provide these stones, these means of evolution. Which is why Fluttermane looks the way it does instead of evolving into Mismagius, because that uses a Dusk Stone. Dusk Stone? Yeah. Which is why Screamtail looks like a little long-haired vampire Ariana Grande version of Jigglypuff. Apparently I never caught a Greavard. Interesting. Anyhow, it explains. 1 second. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I had a knock at the door, and somebody was dropping off some mail. So, fight the whoopies. There's too many of them. There are no Grievards popping up right now. I don't want to make an encounter sandwich just for Grievard right now. Oh, I sure as heck can ride Karad in here. What you talking about, Willis? Okay. Any hoosers. Okay. Where was I? Paradox Pokemon. The fact that there aren't any stones means also the development of not just Fluttermane and Screamtail, but Sandy Shocks too. Because they can't show up otherwise. Or they, well, Sandy Shocks is actually a different story. Because Magnezone doesn't evolve from Magneton using stones. It evolves using, the electromagnetic fields, if I remember correctly. It's like a special area in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum that had special electrical fielding that caused the evolution. You know what? While we're thinking about it, I'm curious how evolution works for that. So, I mean, let's chit-chat in the meantime if you feel like it. And let Fluttermane do her thing. Let's see. If you ever want to look up something for like general fun, or not fun, but general Pokemon knowledge and everything, my favorite site is Cerebi. Oh, it is Thunderstone now. Magnemite evolves into Magneton at level 30, and then you use a Thunderstone. It didn't used to be that way, though. Let me see. Oh yeah, the magnetic forces on Mount Coronet. And then there was some similar sorry, give me 1 second. I can already see a chat. Okay, so I really need to work on that. I got some spam in my chat and I need to get rid of it at some point, but I'm just gonna start blocking those. Any hoosers, yeah, it was Mount Coronet's, oh god, the rain stopped. Electromagnetic fields that if you leveled up Magneton around, it would evolve into Magnezone. And then in Black and White, it was, I don't remember if Magnemite's line was in Black and White. It should have been. But, oh, okay, you know what? I'm sorry, Fluttermane. You're not having a lot of fun right now. So we're gonna try my other ghosty boy. Little tribal man. don't remember if the Magnemite line was available in there, but there was an electromagnetic field area too. That was where the Dynamo line was very strongly prevalent, and there's something similar in Sun and Moon for the Charjabug line to evolve into Vikavolt. Which honestly doesn't technically need to evolve to be considered a viable Pokemon for gameplay. What does he mean, the masks for the festival? Does he actually... The masks. He clearly doesn't pay attention to the history. Sorry, but there's a whole goddamn story about these masks that came well before the festival. Look at him go. He is such a monster to fight with. I love the normal ghost combo. Oh. But just go ahead and go for the whoopies. If the Yanma goes away, I don't care. We're really not having a lot of luck with Greavard out here, are we? Let's see it. Okay. Oh, there's one. It's just not the right environment. And I wish there was a way for them to have maybe, I don't know, figure it out in the code when they were putting in random shiny or random outbreak locations. Look at him go. Okay. So that we wouldn't have to worry about trying to find Greavard amongst the irrigations of Kitakami. Oh. Get him. Okay. Okay. Back to my whole spielio of... It's definitely getting lower. Okay. Good stuff. Back to my whole spiel. The idea behind Paradox Pokemon is cool because it introduces the fact of, you know, evolutionary stones not existing before a certain point. You can fight him. Okay. And I like that idea because it means that there is that chance of diverging evolutions later on. Is it me or is that cutie fly a different color? No, it's me. It's me and the lighting. There we go. Oh, I won't be too chuffed when this outbreak's over, even if I don't get a shiny Greavard off of it. Oh, wait. Why are you all suddenly here now? Don't get it twisted, I like this. Needed it. But, oh. Furry ambush. Get him, Zoroark. Ah, no. Him. Couldn't get Zoroark to go for the right one. But, I like the idea of that, like, The fact that Legends Arceus exists, where it takes place in a distant past, but not necessarily far enough back that Paradox Pokemon were a thing. What if it actually gets to that point in the game series? Why are we not fighting? What is so angsty about this mud pit over here that you guys don't like to fight? But the fact that, oh gosh, I'm having brain farts. Mental fatigue is real from, COVID, I swear. The fact that the Pokemon games go far enough back with Legends Arceus means that there's a chance they could go even further back and introduce the idea of the ancient past before human civilization really became a thing. It could be that we partner up with Pokemon to survive, not just to train, battle, catch 'em all. You partner up with a specific partner Pokemon. Okay. You partner up with specific partner Pokemon of that time in such a way that is mutually beneficial to survival. Make it into you're working on building your own house, your own domain area that's safe from the wild monstrosities of Pokemon at the time. I mean, Legends Arceus kind of touched on that idea. These people were travelers who had just settled down into the world of into the realm of Hisui, the land, worshiping the almighty Sinnoh, who, I mean, that's eventually later the founding of the Sinnoh region, and it might have been called that because it was a let's get up here. There we go. Because of a loss of text to explain the history, and the historians realized that there was a lot of a lot of references to Sinnoh, and thought that that was the region. Oh, that's right. Duh. Okay. I got so confused why Fluttermane's out, but I always forget about Zoroark's illusion. But there's always that possibility of creating such a gameplay style. Pokemon survival game, basically. And you start out, I mean, you can start out with a Pikachu or something that's very standard, but it doesn't have to be Pikachu either. It doesn't even have to be a Pokemon either. You can start out trying to just survive, and then come across a partner Pokemon on the way. I mean, good example is Pokemon Ranger. You start out with the first partner Pokemon you can get is a little Cricketune. You grab a couple Mons from current day Pokemon that you think could be survivalists in the ancient past. Like, I mean, everybody hates on it, but Magikarp could be one that could be stuck in the ancient past too. Like, everybody says it's extremely weak, but yet you can find Magikarp in pretty much every single body of water. The fact that it can survive from fresh to salt to brackish water is insane. Any climate, too. I've seen Magikarp in icy waters and hot, almost sauna-like waters. It's all over. You get some of the tough, rowdy, survivalist-looking Pokemon, and you put them all together into a survival game, and you can do a lot of fun stuff. Let's see. Oh, come on. There's another Greavard. We're almost done with this outbreak, and I will be a happy camper when it's over, even if I don't get a shiny here. But I wanted to still keep trying until the end of it. Yeah, you fight that core fish, Zoroark. And that Greavard. There we go. Good little monster. But it would be really cool to see that as a survivalist game, and then have alternate evolutionary forms or lines for Pokemon that would normally evolve using evolutionary stones. Like, imagine Poliwhirl having an evolutionary split that isn't around the King's Rock or a Waterstone. Or having finally having a paradoxical Eevee evolution. One in the distant past that isn't tied to a stone, because well, Espeon and Umbreon and Sylveon are tied on friendship, which you could potentially still get those then in the game, but they've changed Leafeon's, or they've changed Glaceon and Leafeon's evolutions to be like that of Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon. They all rely on stones now, although you can still find special rocks in Legends Arceus for evolution of those two. The idea of changing the evolutionary process or introducing new diverging types would be really cool. Is that a red fish, or am I just having a moment? I'm just having a moment. Okay. I know its shiny is like a bright red. Greavard. Knock him out. Get him. Yeah. We're running out of Greavards here, which is a good thing. There's another one. At least I know that most of the time they don't like to go in the grass, in the mud. So I don't have to look too hard in the... There we go, dispersed from the outbreak. I'm not seeing any more here. Cool. We can go ahead and move on to the next one. I already got Phantom, so we can skip that. Here's a Greavard. We'll fly to the Crystal Pool and then cruise our way down from there. Oh! They don't use Squawkabillies here. I just noticed that. I don't care about the Arcuda. They use Noctowl for their little taxi services here. Interesting. Thank goodness there's no fall damage. Okay. Much easier area for hunting. Why don't we switch it up a little bit too? We're not going to use you because you won't be able to, like, watch. This is going to suck. It's just going to take forever for it to get anywhere. Yeah. Umbreon, why not? We'll use Umbi. I love Umbreon. Top tier for Eevee evolutions. Hands down. Honestly, this was one of my first Pokemon that I truly and sincerely loved from Pokemon in Gen 2. The introduction of Dark typing, the colorations, even on a regular Umbreon, being black and yellow with that yellow glow is sick. I am a huge fan of the colorations. The Pokedex entries around it are always cool. It is a tank of a Pokemon too, with a primary focus being on defense and special defense. Umbreon can handle a lot. Kinda just wish I could release all my Pokemon at the same time for these fights. It'd be so much quicker. But, it's definitely been up there for a while as one of my top Pokemon top choices. It's almost always on my team if I can help it too. I'm doing another playthrough just by myself privately of Pokemon Sword. Oop, puppy ambush. Oh, I need to fix his moves still. He's got garbage for moves. Dark Pulse and Moonlight are about the only good moves he's got right now. Anyways, doing another personal playthrough. I think I've got a Umbreon on the team. I don't quite remember if I do or not. But I almost... Oh no, I haven't gotten to that part yet. I've been dorking around in the DLC for Sword and Shield. And I got myself my Urshifu. I can G-Max my Cinderace now. Always Cinderace, always, by the way. Absolute #1 favorite starter of all time. Anyways, I have Cinderace, G-Max. They're all like level 30s because of those raid battles and getting the EXP candies in the wild. So I'm over leveled and I haven't even challenged the first gym yet. I'm trying to get Eevee right now. That's what it is. I haven't gotten the Eevee yet, which is unfortunate, and it's all because or did I get Eevee? I think I might have gotten Eevee, but it's like it's been a while since I played Sword. Anyways, Eevee is very... Oh, you go that way. There's a... Greavard's over here. Eevee is like a 1% chance of appearing in Pokemon Sword, and a 5% chance in Shield. And on the flip side of that, there's a 5% chance of Pikachu, and a a, oh, I am brain farting. A 1% chance of Pikachu or 1% chance of Pikachu and a 5% chance of Eevee in Shield. But I had to have Pokemon Sword because of Zacian, the legendary, the box legendary. Oh my god, I love Zacian. Absolutely top 2 of my legendary Pokemon, right there with Mewtwo, the OG legend. Those are my top 2 favorite legendary Pokemon. And honestly, if we had to choose, if we had to do top 3, I think Koraidon might be in the top 3 for that too. I love the design. Look at this awesome Pokemon here. He looks so cool. Yeah, no, he is for sure one of my top tier favorite legendaries too. A lot of people will say like, oh, Pokemon fell off after Gen 4. Bull crap. You just don't like change. Or like, oh, Pokemon stopped being fun when they got rid of Mega Pokemon. Well, honestly, I think like Megas were an odd mechanic, and I like the changes that they've had with different mechanics throughout each game since. I mean, they had Z moves in Gen 7. That was cool. Dynamax and Gigantamax in Gen 8's awesome. And I'm a huge fan of terrestrialization in Scarlet and Violet. The hats are a little funky. I don't care. I am absolutely a big fan of the different terrestrial abilities. I like the fact that in this DLC, Ogerpon's terrestrialization looks different because it's based off of his mask. If we introduce that for some of the other Pokemon, like potentially the starters, Meowscarada is going to look like a badass. Go get that little Hatena. And then go get the Greavards. I need to look at movesets for Umbreon. I spent a butt ton of time fixing up a moveset for the Espeon that I've got that's shiny. But I haven't fixed up Umbreon's moves yet. I think a lot of it's just gathering the TMs. I'm actually very happy and pleasantly surprised. Oop, sneak attack. Sorry, I was a little distracted. I'm checking the... make sure that my lives are going on all channels. Okay, that was weird. Okay, that's why. But I'm pleasantly surprised to see that the plugin on OBS doesn't appear to be taking up any extra RAM right now to make it so it doesn't run. It's running smoothly and efficiently. The few... Is that a shiny Seedot? No. Okay. Yeah, here's CD. Just gotta keep an eye out for the rest of the other Greavards. Anyways, I'm really pleasantly surprised and extra happy that the only glitches that seem to come up are the ones that are par for the course for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It's nothing wrong with the PC software that's running the stream, nothing wrong with my Mirrorbox capture card. It is all working accordingly. And I'm getting quality work going through this right now. Really want a Grievard though to be shiny. We'll get there when we get there. That's all good. Nope, Pokemon have dispersed. Okay. One last look around, make sure we're not missing a shiny Grievard in the bushes like we almost missed the Pumpkaboo. That was, or not Pumpkaboo, Phantom. That was wild when that happened too. Let me, oh, there's a cave. Let me explore the cave. Ooh. Ooh. That's not a bad move. Okay. Let me evaluate how many Grievard places there are left. Oh, we were gonna go and hunt the okay, there's none here. While we're here, let's go hunt little baby Sentret. Absolute favorite early route rodent. I'll be honest, for me, Pokemon was a bit boring at the red, blue, and yellow stage. It became super easy. Come on, climb. There we go. At the early stages, because of the fact that you could, as soon as you got Surf and the move HM move Fly, you could easily just ooh, bug bite, nice. We might do picnic resets for this one because I really would like a Furret. It got so easy just as soon as you got Surf and Fly, you fly back to home, you go to Cinnabar Island, and then you fly back and forth between Viridian and Cinnabar, and it took out all of the difficulty to be able to just level up your Pokemon to level 100 right then and there, catch missing no, all that fun stuff. When Gen 2 came out, I feel as though it was one of the few games that really took expanding beyond the original 8 gyms and Elite Four to a better level. And I think they did a good job of still exemplifying that and actually making it harder in the remakes. Soul Silver, Heart Gold, your fights with Red and the gym leaders of Kanto and then the Elite Four, it all gets harder and harder while maintaining the original gameplay level that I like. Where was that happening at? I guess I need to watch my step. It also introduced the Dark and Steel types, which needed to be a thing. Those were types that still weren't really around. Introducing new Pokemon and keeping the old ones around was a really good shot there too. But I personally think that there was a lot of top tier quality of Pokemon in Silver, Gold, and Crystal. I really liked the early route starter for it. I would actually, in several of the times that I played through that game, because I also felt like it had good replayability, several of the times that I would play through, I would keep a ferret on my team. Not just as a HM user, because I would teach it strength and surf, but as a solid battling Pokemon. Also, the introduction of Umbreon and Espeon, phenomenal Pokemon. I did take advantage in some of my older games of the clone mechanic that you can do with the Pokemon. So I would clone the Eevee I got after getting its friendship level up to its max. I'd clone it, and then I would evolve one into Espeon and then another one into Umbreon. I loved Sudowoodo, still do. I don't like Brassius's Sudowoodo. He kinda ruins it for me when he calls it his Truly Woodo. That's the dumbest thing I've heard, dude. And here, Truly Woodo is easily taken out with some poison moves without even worrying about weaknesses. I did a game playthrough recently on Pokemon Violet, and I honestly feel as though Brassius was the one who had the worst gym out of everybody there. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. In my opinion, Brassius didn't do anything to truly improve his gym and upgrade his battling style, because he came back in with Truly Woodo 2.0. What the French toast is Truly Woodo 2.0? There was... My Pokemon were strong enough that there was zero way for him to actually make a difference and make a change in his battle style with his Sudowoodo. Absolutely unacceptable as a gym leader. I voted him as the least improved of all the gym leaders. So I'm hoping that in DLC there's going to be a new gym leader for Artazone, and he can focus on his artwork, and I don't care. His artwork's cool. I honestly really thought that with his artwork that before it got to the point of the actual gameplay, when it was still like speculation, his artwork made me think that there was going to be an evolution for Sunflora, and that he'd be the gym leader that uses it. Not that he just loves Sunflora. Oopsie. Applin, I really don't want to, but we're gonna just plop you out of existence. Okay. Let me try. Let me do something real quick. I hit the wrong buttons. Ooh, ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. How do I fix this? Well, I can still see that it's working. I don't like that. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna pop that back together and then just check it as we go. Cool. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Sentret, bye-bye. Oh. Any users. The only... let me go down the line of early route starters that I... And think about which ones I've liked and which ones I haven't. Rattata and Raticate, very basic. It's rat Pokemon. I'm in agreement with some people that I've heard about it, where they wish Raticate had retained its Rattata coloration instead of going full on, like, looks like a rat brown. Yeah, go through here. Get him. There we go. Personally, I think that could have been an improvement, and I might have liked to eradicate more. But I hardly ever touched the thing. Honestly, if I needed to get a Pokemon that I needed to cut with, it was normally this dude here, Bellsprout. Which is also one of my favorite top tiers, that Bellsprout line. Very first Pokemon card I ever got was given to me by a friend. At the time, I had been wanting Pidgey, but he wanted to keep his Pidgey card, which, fine. I don't have a problem with that. I have like 20 Pidgeys now. But the first Pokemon card I got was one he gave me, and it was a Bellsprout. Original base set. I am that old, yes. So, Bellsprout has a special place in my heart still, too. Okay, not many Sentry left, so we gotta start counting a little bit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't want to go too far over how many I'm knocking out, because we're going to take some time. We got plenty of time. We're going to take some time, and we're going to 7, I think, 8, 9. We're going to do some picnic resetting to see about a shiny Sentret. Okay, back to the early route rodents. That was my thoughts on Eradicate, the Radissa line. I absolutely love Sentret. It's so cute that it stands up on its tail to look around and make sure that it and its family are safe. And Furret is huge. Furret is technically taller than Charizard. Well, if it stands up upright like Sentret does, when Furret stands upright, it could technically be taller than Charizard. And I think that's all of the Sentrets we can knock out safely. Okay. So I don't see any shiny Sentret. And real quick, I'm going to double check what a shiny Sentret looks like. But I absolutely love Furret. I've been a fan of, in real life, ferrets for a while, but they are stinky. I worked at a pet store for a little over a year as a cashier, and also I cleaned the cages for the rodents, the birds, the snakes, the lizards, all of them, except for the fish. It wasn't a bad gig. It really wasn't. It was actually a lot of fun. But considering... Okay, so he's literally just a tan goldish color. Cool. Considering what I know about rodent... Oh, dang it. Come on. I've had it on worse slopes than this. Okay, fine. Can I come over here and set it up? There's a lot of Sentrets. That's good. Sure there is. There we go. Okay, let's remember the spot. For those of you wondering, this is the picnic reset method. You don't have to stay in the picnic method, in the picnic setting for long. This is just a reset of the Pokemon nearby. So as soon as I close up the picnic, all the random numbers generated are going to change the Pokemon that are popping up. So you see all the Sentret, but they're not the same Sentrets that were here earlier on. Those are Applin weren't there beforehand. That was like Ekans and a bunch of others. So now when we run around, we're looking at different Pokemon. And this is a quick way to reset what Pokemon are popping up in the area without having to leave the area and come back. Anyways, back to the early routers. Zigzagoon line, Zigzagoon and Linoon, not a bad one. I personally feel like it was a little too close to how Centret was set up. It's more of a mongoose basis, I think. With Zigzagoon and Linoon, I do really like that they gave it a regional variant in Sword and Shield and another evolution. Obstagoon is wild. Little Gene Simmons mon, I swear. But it's, again, in at least the Hoenn region, it's a little too on the nose of similarity. To my boy Centret. Now, Gen 4, mixed relationships, because that is the Bidoof line, and while I'm not a big fan of utilizing Bidoof for any sort of combat, he was really the absolute best Pokemon for HM Slave, which I know sounds bad. If you're new to the game series, there was always a Pokemon that you would keep on your team that you would use, well, that I would use at least. I don't know, my gameplay might be different from others, but I would always have a Pokemon on the team that was very specifically used for HMs that I didn't want to teach to my other Pokemon, like Cut or Rock Smash. Those were some weak moves that did nothing to help with my teams as I was growing up and playing these games. So I would teach them to Bidoof. You could also teach it moves like Rock Climb and Strength and Surf, and all those moves made it that much easier to... No, he's the same. Yeah, he's the same. Okay. All those moves made it easier to maintain open slots on your main fighting Pokemon instead of having to worry about, oh, I'm going to lose a move to Cut. No. So he was great for the HMs, but I didn't really use him or his evolution Bibarel for combat at all. I much rather utilize him for just that. Whereas Furret, I felt I could use in a combat setting and come away with a pretty decent Pokemon, even if I taught it Cut or Strength or Surf. I did like the fact that they introduced a early route rodent that had another type to it, because Bidoof was normal, but Bibarel was normal in water. But at the same time, also Bibarel had the goofiest god dang eyes I have seen in a minute at that time on a Pokemon. So that's my thoughts on Bibarel, the Bibarel line. Gen 5, I really don't like Patrat and Watchog. I feel as though they're walking upright versions of Furret, because they have the stripes. They were very bland to me. I just didn't see the appeal of having one of those on the team. However, I feel like Gen 5 introduced two early route normal types that you could take advantage of. They introduced the Patrat and Watchog line, but they also introduced Lillipup, Herdier, and Stoutland. And that line, if we apply it to this as well, because it's an early route Pokemon, and it's easy to acquire, easy to level up, that Lillipup line is up there on quality for early route normal typings. I'm a fan of that, but I really don't like Watchog's design. He makes me think of a crossing guard. I know that's probably what the design was supposed to be. Was that he was supposed to be like a crossing guard? I know he's like a security Pokemon in a lot of like the anime and stuff like that, where he's actually used for the purposes of watching out for intruders or people who shouldn't be there in general. But he is just not a design that I like personally. Let's see. That was Gen 5. Gen 6. Didn't Gen 6 just bring back a regular one? Let's take a second real quick and go to the X and Y decks specifically. Didn't they just bring back the rats? Oh, Baneri was also Gen 4. But if we're talking rodents, I don't know if I'd count that one. Oh, Gen 4 also had Glameow. Let's see. Cino and Chinchino were Gen 5. Bunnelby. Okay, I have, again, another love-hate relationship with Bunnelby. Gen 6 was when I actually started to try and do online battling. And when, at that time, I had not gotten quite to a competitive level. Honestly, I'm still not at a competitive level. But if I battle anybody, it's more for fun than anything else. But the competitive at the time was filled with two. If it wasn't Mega at the time in the battles, it was filled with two Pokemon, and that was Azumarill and Diggersby, because of their ability Huge Power, which doubles their attack stat. It was too many. And also in the anime, I don't like the Diggersby that Ash's companion friend, the Electric Gym Leader, has. The way it talks was bugging me, and it acted so dumb. It bugged me so much, but I'm coming to realize that my take on Bunnelby and Diggersby is very weird and dumb. There's no reason that I should be this angsty and angry about a Pokemon. So I'm coming to accept it more. I just don't use it. Like, at all. I didn't use it in X and Y, and I haven't used it since. But I don't have a problem with it. Now, Gen 7 was the introduction of technically two early route starters. It reintroduced Rattata with an Alolan regional variant. First regional variant that we got. Well, first series with regional variants in it. And I thought this was a cool choice. Making it so that Rattata and Eradicate were dark types. More likely to find them in the night. And they split the totem Pokemon at the beginning this way as well. So that if you were in Ultra Sun, you would fight one totem Pokemon, and then in Ultra Moon, or just regular Sun and Moon. If you were in Moon or Ultra Moon, you would fight the Alolan Eradicate totem Pokemon. I thought that was a neat split. I do think that it kind of gives Ultra Moon an advantage as an easier boss with Alolan Eradicate if you come across it with a fighting type. You just go find yourself a random Makahita, teach it Arm Thrust, and that Eradicate's toast in 5 seconds. But I'm neutral about the other rodent, Gumshoos. Yungoos and Gumshoos. They're definitely mongooses in this lineup, or some sort of wild ferret type Pokemon. I don't care for them, but I never use them also. And let's be honest, everybody, Gumshoos looks a lot like Trump with his comb over. He just has bigger hands. I'm talking about the Gumshoos having bigger hands, not Trump. Any Hoosiers. I never really got behind the Gumshoos line, but I also never really hated it. So that one was just like neutrality to me. Gen 8. What was Gen 8's? Oh, Squovit. I like Squovit, but I don't like Greedent. And it's mainly because they in the dex entries, they make Greedent so dense and doofy that it just, it's hard to get behind that for a Pokemon. I get it, it's cutesy to have a doofy kind of Pokemon in some cases, but we've got quite a few as it is. So I didn't really care for Greedent, but I like Squovit. And then Gen 9, we got Lechonk. Lechonk is great. I love Lechonk. I really do. I love the evolutionary lineup. The fact that there is a gender difference between male and female, and it does affect, I think, abilities and moves. In fact, I actually have, where's it at? I know it's in here because I saw it recently. Where did I put it? No. It's gotta be in here. I don't know why I have this Growlithe sitting in the shiny boxes. Aha. First full odds shiny was this Oinkologne. And this Oinkologne stuck with me through quite a bit. It had the crafty mark on it too. Oinkologne the Opportunist. First full odds shiny. Second one was a Ghastly, and the third one was also a Ghastly. Look at the little Sentrets crowding around me. Bye, guys. I think the fact that we finally got... Oopsie. Oh. Little dude, I don't want to fight you. I'm just gonna run. Anyways, I think the introduction of Lechonk and its evolutionary line to Oinkologne was really cool, really well done for an early route normal starter. It's up there, it's top tier in my opinion. I didn't use my Oinkologne as much as I could have, clearly. Otherwise, I would have had the Paldean Ribbon available as well. But to put it simply, I am extremely happy that they are finally bringing back the Sentret and Ferret line with the Kitakami DLC here in Scarlet and Violet. Because while I love the Lechonk line, I still would put Sentret and Ferret above Lechonk and Oinkologne. So we're going to spend a little bit of time here. Now, I might make a normal encounter sandwich. Let me see if I can do that real quick. Oh, no. That's it. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so we're doing level 2 recipes because I don't have, what's what I'm looking for? I don't have an herba mystica. Also, I don't think I'd want to waste it on a Sentret, because I know the Sentret one will pop up again. Let's see. Tomato. Jalapeno. Where do I have jalapeno? I do. At the very bottom. But I don't have rice. Oh. Let's try not that then. Oh. I don't have any herba mystica. I can't do those. Because there's someone here that have one herba mystica. I'm like, dude, chill. I don't even have one herba mystica. That's a lot. Jesus. Okay. Now we might just be doing this raw then. I used my last 2 herba mystica when I was shiny hunting a Leafeon outbreak. I'm very close to having a complete shiny evolution lineup. In particular, I'm only missing Eevee. I have not gotten lucky. Oh, there is plenty of space. I got lucky with an Eevee outbreak that I did not too long ago, and I got 2 shiny Eevees. The problem is that I used them both to evolve them into shiny Flareon and shiny Jolteon. I have not seen either of those as outbreaks, but this is also not the first time that I saw Eevee as an outbreak. If I really needed to, I could also shiny breed Masuda method to get myself that shiny Eevee. The last one I need. yesterday, yeah, yesterday, I was just chilling in my bed playing, and I came across a Leafeon outbreak. And I decided I was going to take full advantage of that. And I made myself the shiny grass encounter sandwich. Which was 3 lettuce, pickle tomato, or pickle cucumber, and then any 2 herba mystica, which was a really weird sandwich. Because it was also the bitter herba mystica and a sweet one. Gotta be careful with which ones you combine with sweet, because sometimes the sweet will just overpower it, and then you get fairy shiny encounter. It's stupid. But, anyways. This one I made sure it wasn't gonna overpower it, and I was getting grass ones. I did it twice with no results. And then I almost was gonna make myself lose a shiny because I found a shiny Toadscool. And I hadn't caught one yet. But if I was going to be using a sandwich for shiny encounter grass typings to get a Leafeon specifically, I was going to soft reset before the picnic again to make sure that I was getting myself a shiny Leafeon. Because honestly, I didn't care as much about Toadscool. It would have been nice to get it, but I got lucky because the shiny Toadscool was on the same sandwich encounter as the shiny Leafeon that I found. My shiny Leafeon. I found it with like 3 minutes left on the shiny sandwich. Same one that the Toadscool was on. So I now have a shiny Toadscool and a shiny Leafeon from yesterday's hunt. Oh. Hello, little tan baby Centret. There it is. He's so cute. Aww. Okay, now to figure out a Pokeball for him. I could try the friend ball. Oh, that would look good. Let's try the fastball. I don't think it'll work, but I'm going to try it. Come on. Ah, so close, buddy. You're so cute. Look at you. Oh, you angry at me. Don't be angry. Be a friend. I'm gonna throw a friend ball. Oh. Yeah. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll add you to the party for now, bud, and we'll take off the Spiritomb. I'm so happy. Look at you, you're so cute. Look at the red on him. No ribbons, that's okay. Aw, and you got the friend ball. You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. I can evolve you. We're going to do it right now on stream. Look at him go. He's so cute. Yeah. Oh. That's so pretty. Ah, you don't need agility. You're okay. He's so pretty. Oh, I love him. How tall is he compared to me? Look at him. They didn't give him the sizing that he's supposed to have. Well, I guess maybe if you just lay him out flat. But he's supposed to be taller than Charizard. Look at him. He's so cute. I love him. He's gonna come with us now. But we're gonna first knock out the rest of these dudes, and then maybe we'll come across another one as we're going. Look at him go. He runs so funny. I've been a fan of Furret for a long time, and he does make for a good competitive Pokemon. Or at least he used to. I don't know how good he is competitively now. But I will gladly take him. There we go. We're getting lucky on this stream. First we got the Phantom. Oh, Pokemon have dispersed from the outbreak. But first we got the Phantom, and then now we've got our Sentret. All we need is a Greavard, and I'll be a happy camper. But cool, cool, cool. And then I guess after that we're gonna do some herba mystica hunting to hopefully get a good herba mystica shiny sandwich going. Because I still need to get me a Como O. Alright, I think we're good now here. Let's just double check what's here. Already got the Phantom. I don't care for Aracuda. I suppose if we feel like it, we can come back for the Mimikyu outbreaks. I don't really care about the Drifloon one, though. Let's go here. I don't really care for the Young Goose. I already have a shiny Gumshoos on go. Tarantula, I've already got a Spidops. I think it's in my Pokemon Home. Phantom again. Mimikyu. The shiny outbreak for Leafeon was right here when I found it yesterday. I was so happy. I already have Rotom. It's actually in my box right now. I already have a Magnezone. Actually, I've got two. I've got a shiny Magnezone. It's either on this game or in Pokemon Home. And then I've got one in Pokemon Go. His name is Zap, because he reminds me of Zap Brannigan when he uses Zap Cannon. Wow, we really don't have too many Greavard outbreaks. We've got one here. And the one that's over here, where was it? Here. Oh, fine. We'll set that as the destination. Let's see if we can't make it and find a Greavard here. There's a couple things that I'm wishing they would either discuss more or give better reasoning behind with regards to Scarlet and Violet. One of the things in particular is this area. Why is it we can't climb it and get on it and go somewhere? Like, let's head that way real quick. I know it's not the route we're going to get to Greavard, but it makes zero sense to me. You can climb everywhere else in this game, and it's the same texture. You can see it all right there. All that mountainside, that cliffside, everything. It is unclimbable. It won't let Koraidon climb it. you can't get on top, and if you go in the water, you can't go... oh, it's not going to let me look at the map from here. Okay. If you go in the water over here, I mean, you're held off by this here, which can make sense if you think about it as the waters are too dangerous to be swimming that far out. Fine, dandy. But you can't go... You can go up to it on the sides, but you can't actually go and climb it and get on top. And there's no way inside of it if it has any cave system, but there's no explanation to this area. So I don't get it. I know I'm not the only one with this grievance. I know it. But, I don't know. It just feels like it's missing. I don't think the DLC is going to fix it. I think it's just forever going to be a, look, there's nothing there. I also think this is going to be a cruddy little area to try and find Grievard. Yep, we made it here, so it's not going to keep directing us here. Cool. Ferret's probably not the best choice against these guys. He keeps losing health against them. We'll knock this down to the point where it says there aren't that many left in the outbreak, and then we'll check out the other Grievard site and see if it is better to keep going here or there. Because I do want to do the picnic method reset for Grievard as well. I understand that he's a common Pokemon to find here, and trying to catch him isn't going to be too hard in general. I'm actually surprised I haven't come across one randomly, but it's still the idea that I could potentially get one that has a crafty mark on it. I like that. Also, 'tis the season. It's spooky season. I need a shiny spooky dog. So we're gonna keep going until we find a spooky dog and not get cute spooky ambushed right here. He was really coming after me like that. He was coming for my brand. Starting to go down. This is an easier outbreak hunt than I thought it was going to be. The fact that it already says it's starting to go down is actually really good. Let's see. Cool. Just checking where we're at. Uh-oh. Okay, he got him. I thought I was about to have a spooky ambush. Keep an eye out for a gold Pupperino. Because I at least know that Grievard's going to have a golden shiny. Have y'all had any luck with getting good quality Grievard on Pokemon Go? Because I recently got one that was actually pretty good stats. Let me go ahead and check. The problem is I don't have any, sorry, I'm getting distracted. There's a giant pumpkaboo on my Pokemon Go in front of me, and I'm trying to catch him. The problem is just not getting enough Greavard to evolve it into a Houndstone right now. But I did get one that's got a 3-star quality ranking. Oh, he is fighting down there, okay. Oh, he is the heaviest, but he's not the tallest. Rude. I'm just trying to get the biggest, fattest pumpkaboo I can. And I really want it to be a shiny, so I was just checking that real quick to hopefully see if I could find one that was bigger and better than the one I've got already. But no luck this time. Let's see. So if I look at my Greavard right now, the one that I found, it's perfect stats in attack and defense, and it's just missing a sliver of health for, or a sliver of its stats for HP to make it a perfect Greavard. And actually, I think temporarily I'm gonna swap buddies because I've been working with my Hakamo'o on Pokemon Go, so I can get myself a Kamo'o on there. And I haven't been working on Greavard, so my Greavard I only have 36 candies so far for it. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Anyways, I only have 36 candies for it right now, and it takes 50 to evolve Greavard into Houndstone. I'm gonna go ahead and save real quick because I have my ferret anyways. That way if something stupid happens, I don't lose the ferret. Go get him. There's more. Oh, not him. That's fine. Okay. You might fight the rest of those guys over there, which is fine too. Might mean more Greavard popping up. Okay, so that's the maxed out. Oh, I thought they were lighting up the thing up there, and I was about to be surprised. Okay. It did bring a few more Greavard to the matchup. So, go get him, Gengi. I like Greavard. Okay, we're almost at that point. Now we're gonna start counting them. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be 5, 6, and 7. This will be 8, 9, 10. So, in case you're wondering the reason why I'm counting it, your odds of encountering a shiny in an outbreak go up the more Greavard that you knock out. That should be 12, or we'll say 13, 14, and 15. Okay. Now we stop. So, your odds of encountering a shiny increase as you knock out more of the Pokemon that is in the outbreak. With Scarlet and Violet, the magic number is about 90 Pokemon. To get there, the Greavard, in this case, the Greavard, every 20 or so, it will update your outbreak. So it says, oh, hey, there are definitely less Grievard here from the original outbreak. There's a lot less, and then it says there aren't many left from the original outbreak. When it says that, you have knocked out about 80. The optimal amount for a knockout is 90. So to knock out, we're going to go ahead and check out the other outbreak to see if it's going to be an easier time. The optimal thing to do is get to that point where you get the notification that says there aren't that many left from the outbreak, and then knock out about 10 to 15 more, and then start doing the picnic reset. Because once you get to that point, if you keep knocking them out, you're getting very close to the outbreak dispersing. And if you're really serious about trying to get that one Pokemon, that's when, if you disperse it, it's gonzo. I got lucky with the Phantom this morning. Afternoon, I guess. Why did I have to say morning? Anyways. I got lucky with the Phantom today, because it was after the outbreak had dispersed. And when the outbreak disperses, there's always the chance that if you run away from the area, even just a smidgen of it, and come back, it's gone then. So I just happened to accidentally run into the Phantom I was looking for. This might be an easier area to picnic reset than the other one. But I also might work on both areas just to get myself a good chance at a shiny Grievard and a shiny Houndstone. If you're very serious about getting that Pokemon, you want to do a few things. If you're pressed for time, your best bet is to save at that point, close out of the game, put your game in airplane mode, go back to the settings of your console. Do not play with it docked, because you cannot play it docked in airplane mode. You're going to have to play it handheld. But go set it in airplane mode. Go to your time and date settings. Make sure that the date stays the same. Otherwise, the outbreak will change. But you can change the time. Change it to 12:01 a.m. It keeps it on the same day. Literally sets it up so that you have a full almost 24 hours to play it. So, for example, I was trying to get my shiny Sylveon. Between work and schoolwork, because I'm attending as a college student online, between the two, I had to take time away from the game to ensure that I was, well, one, making a living, two, progressing my education, so on and so forth. I set my game in airplane mode, closed out of the game, changed the time to 12:01 a.m. That gave me 24 hours to try and catch the Pokemon. What's good about putting it in airplane mode is that your game still recognizes it as the same day for that outbreak. It doesn't reset the outbreak. If you keep doing the reset method and it's not working, you can close out of the game and change the time back to 12:01 a.m. again to make sure you are giving yourself the appropriate time to get the Pokemon. I did this for 2 days to get me the shiny Sylveon. I had knocked the picnic, or I had knocked the outbreak down to the there aren't that many Sylveon left in the outbreak thing. Went over to put it in airplane mode, saved it, changed the time, everything. And it was taking forever for the Sylveon to finally show up. I have him now, so I'm happy camper, and I was able to put it back. But you have to make sure that you're cognizant of what time your game says it is right then and there. Because if you don't pay attention to it and you forget about it, you can lose the outbreak, because it's not tied. It's not specifically tied to that specific date. It just happens to be on that day that it randomly generated that. So if you try and go back in time on your Switch to that date, let's say you had an outbreak today for 10/28 that you really wanted to go to, but you forgot about. And it's tomorrow, the 29th. Or no, okay, let's say your outbreak was yesterday, 27th. And you weren't paying attention, you didn't set the time right, and your internal clock on your Switch rolls over to today. If you try and set your timer to the 27th, set it back a day to try and get that same outbreak, it won't work. You'll get completely different outbreaks. I would demonstrate, but I'm working on this one. You know what? That's not a bad idea for me to set up as a TikTok, so that people understand the picnic method a little bit better. And also the airplane mode helping out. I don't know if Nintendo will be happy about me making that, but I think that having that content out there can be beneficial for those who are looking for that special Pokemon. I wish I'd known about this method when I saw the Umbreon outbreak. Granted, I have an Umbreon, but it would be cool to get another one and then give it a mark, or find one with a mark on it. Alrighty, friends. If you see a golden dog and you feel like popping into the chat to let me know, it'd be greatly appreciated. But I also understand if you just want to lurk and hang out and have a good time, because I'm not here to force anybody to do anything against their will. I'm here to play my game and enjoy my experience and share it with y'all. You know, let me check something real quick, because I think it would be a good idea for me to have my Pumpkaboo on my team, but I want to evolve it. Don't remember how it evolves. Oh, I think it evolves via trade. Gross. Okay, I am not doing that right now, but we can at least put Pumpkaboo on the team. And honestly, he's a better fit than the Furret, even though I love my Furret. It's a better fit to have Pumpkaboo out here and have it running around with me. Look at how little she is. She's cute. Look at them little red leaves. I think it's actually based off of a true issue that can, or mutation that can happen with plants, where they don't get their chlorophyll the way they're supposed to, because they have a color changed issue. They get all their sunlight, they absorb it through green. Green, of course, has been found for plants to be the best for absorbing that. We're going to scatter these things. Green's been found for plants to be the best for absorbing the sunlight needed for in their chlorophyll for photosynthesis. There's a genetic mutation, and unfortunately most plants don't live after this genetic mutation happens to them, where they can produce, well, they do produce leaves that are red in color instead of the green necessary for sustaining life for them, because red doesn't absorb, or the red in a red chlorophyll or the red coloration of the plants doesn't allow that the right wavelengths of sunlight to come through and be absorbed by the plant. Now, there are some plants out there that are naturally red or other colors without the need of this weird genetic condition that is an issue for most plants. But the plants that are of a different coloration are specifically genetically designed to be able to survive with that specific coloration. They don't rely on chlorophyll. There's actually a plant, I forget the name of it. It is the basis for Vileplume and Gloom in their design. Because you notice the Vileplume and Gloom they don't have green on them. Their bodies are a dark bluish coloration. And they have that red flower on top. And in the anime they talk about it, that Gloom and Vileplume have this natural stench to them that is found to be a deterrent from them being attacked. Well, the same is true for that plant in real life. It actually smells that way for two reasons. The first reason is defense. It doesn't get eaten then. It smells so bad that no animal thinks that it is food. Well, no predatory animal thinks that it is food. They all think that they need to steer clear of it. On a similar note, though, it uses that same scent to attract its prey. It is a carnivorous plant. will use the smell of rotting flesh to attract flies. Not only does it smell like rotting flesh, the flower also maintains a texture similar to that of rotting flesh, similar enough that these flies think it will be a good place for them to lay their eggs. However, the eggs will not hatch. What ends up happening is the flies rely on the body temperature of rotting meat to be able to find suitable living conditions for their eggs, for their larvae. If I remember correctly, the eggs don't even hatch. Oh wait, no, it does have the temperature right. It's that there's specific enzymes needed from rotting meat for the larvae to be able to grow. And there are specific enzymes in rotting meat that they eat. But since these are not present in the plant, in the flower where the eggs were laid, the plants can just, the fly larvae just end up dying from starvation, and then they actually start rotting, and the plant absorbs the nutrients from. Okay, that Grievard was having a moment, I swear. The plants will then absorb the fly larvae nutrients as their own for their survival. That's their food. So, if you smell the rotting meat, which I doubt that you will, these plants are specifically located deep in jungles, away from a lot of light, and it's like if you're from South America, cool, you might actually know and have seen this exact plant that I'm talking about. But it is not a common species of plant to find just out in the open. That was your fun science talk with Jules. Okay. Oh, made him dizzy. Okay. Debating going back to the other spot. I think because of the angling, it limited the areas that Grievard could populate. But this spot's not bad either. Look at little Phantom go. She's having a good time. I'm pretty sure this is more of a slope than I was putting the picnic table on at Kitakami, and it had issues with it. But I could be wrong. Oh well. Okay, so yeah, back to my original science-y talk. That plant is one that uses the coloration not necessarily to its advantage, but it doesn't need the green for chlorophyll for photosynthetic absorption. It focuses more on carnivorous eating habits. Phantom and Trevenant have the white bark for their tree pieces and red leaves, which they don't necessarily need green for photosynthesis, but they do normally have green in their regular forms. Their shinies are the ones that have the mutation. So I think it's a neat little nod to the fact that plants with genetic mutations may not have chlorophyll present in their green chlorophyll present in their bodies to produce that green coloration. They have either no chlorophyll or it's the wrong coloration, it's red. I can't remember. I'm not a botanist. I'm an English major. But I loved reading a lot as a kid, and I also did love science a lot as a kid. I just never turned that pursuit into anything in college. I mean, hell, my bachelor's is communications, my master's is English, and my doctorate is education related. So I could end up teaching science, but at the same time, I'd rather teach about reading in English. Reap, get out of here. You know, for funsies, we'll stick my Rotom out here. Look at him, so spazzed out. I'm gonna figure out how to oh, ambush. That's okay, I just need to knock out the Hoppip. Oh, they're only level 10 out here? Interesting. Yeah, that's another reason I'm debating going back over to the other area. Because these guys are only level 10, which means I can't use that singular rare candy I've got. Yeah, we're just gonna knock them out here. If we catch one, we catch one. But we're gonna put the focus on the other area. Oh, where are you going? There you go. If we catch one here, you can stay as a Greavard. Oh. Avoid the double ambush. I need to figure out the location to change Rotom's typing. His shape. Not sure. I haven't really looked too hard, though. Dude, are you gonna be that kind of a spaz? Go get a Greavard. Oh my goodness. We're gonna make a loop around just to make sure we didn't miss one. No, okay. So it was up here. And closest area was here. Cool. Try it again. I feel as though with Scarlet and Violet, they did a good job of the storyline, because there's 3 different paths that you have to take to complete the storyline. There's the gym challenge as usual, there's challenging the team star bases, and then there's also challenging the Titan Pokemon. I feel like those were very well done. And then you're able to get to Area 0, finish up the story there, and then post-game battle the gym leaders at their fullest potential. Loved it. And then they added in the tournament thing. There's a couple things I would change. One of them being the lack of ability to challenge the Elite Four again. I don't think they added that back in like they normally have it in the Pokemon games. I think Sword and Shield. Sorry about that. Sword and Shield kind of did it with their tournament, and that's kind of what Scarlet and Violet is doing as well. They have that tournament mix mashup that you can do, so you have chances of fighting all those trainers over again, but it's also a little bit more varied and random as to who's going to show up. But I think that it'd be nice to be able to just challenge the Elite Four again in simple battles. Or challenge the gyms whenever you feel like it. They haven't had re-challenging the gyms though for a minute, so I do like the fact that you get to go through on Gita's behalf and challenge the gym leaders to test their merit and what their worth is. But they really should have put a focus on the graphics quality. There are quite a few times that I have not been a happy camper with how they had the quality on this game. In Legends Arceus, the quality is mostly better. There's still the occasional issues. I'm really trying not to get ambushed by you, dude. Just trying to knock out the other rando Rons. Anyways, and of course there's the usual glitches that happen. Well, they're not as usual anymore, thankfully. But glitches in this game were quite often happening. And still do. But, as far as storylines go, I do feel that Scarlet Violet had one of the better storylines that we've seen from a mainline Pokemon game in a while. I also feel that um, there wasn't any real big threat bosses, and that was a good thing in this game because it's not always going to be necessary that there's a big threat boss with like a horde of Pokemon and grunts at their disposal necessary to the game. In Sword and Shield, it was different. They didn't have any like big bosses. They had Team Yell though, who was basically just Marnie fans going over the top on their stuff. What level are you? 50. Oh yeah, I can just take a rare candy and level it up to get me a Houndstone. So that's good. There was less of a focus on a big bad enemy, but there was still a big bad enemy in the form of Chairman Rose. Sun and Moon had more of a punk fighter with the introduction of Team Skull. Absolutely love Team Skull, personally. I think that the idea that they were secretly helping out the oh gosh, I forget the name of it. I haven't played Sun and Moon in so long. They were secretly helping out that one corporation just because Guzma had a crush on Lusamine. Yeah, that was worthwhile, in my opinion, to have it set up that way. In the original Sun and Moon, she wasn't as crazed out in the Ultras. She was a lot more friendly, but she still had some weird stuff going on, like she was freezing Pokemon and everything to preserve them. Like, no ma'am, we don't do that around here. Let's just keep working back. Team Flare was trying to destroy the world so that Lysander could potentially bring it back in his image and better. He was one of those deranged guys, and I thought that was a decent touch to it. It made it certainly different. Well, not too different. It wasn't a bad choice though, but it was really him trying to destroy everything and make it new again. And the Gen 5 was... I liked the split that they had there, though. With Pokemon Black and White and Black 2 and White 2, they had that split of what was going on and had a time difference between the first and the sequels. And the fact that it was the organization Team Plasma was supposed to be run by N. He was supposed to be the leader. He was supposed to be the one in charge. And he has a great ideology. He really does, because he was all about what's best for the Pokemon. He was all about trying to communicate with them and get the feeling of how they're supposed to be. The problem is that he was being controlled himself by Getsus. and it left a power struggle there. Oh, I'm losing my voice. There was that power struggle there that at the beginning in the first one, N took off with one of the legendary Pokemon. And he shows up again in the second one, which unfortunately Getsus utilizes Kyurem at that time to fuse the Pokemon N brought with him to Kyurem, and then it becomes like one of the super dragons. But Getsus was all about just taking over and becoming the absolute power. N was wanting to utilize the power to free Pokemon, but I don't think he was fed the right information regarding how people and Pokemon have coexisted for so long, and all that. And then in the Sinnoh region with I can't remember his name now. It's Team Galaxy though. Cyrus? Yeah. He was insane. He was very angsty, moody, and in his opinion, it was just the world needed to not exist. There was a hiding Hawlucha in the wall. Fun. He believed the world just didn't need to exist, and that it was time to destroy it. So he was enlisting the help of the Pokemon that were considered the lords of time and space, Palkia and Dialga, depending on which game you got. And then in Platinum, it was neither. It was the antimatter Pokemon, the devil Pokemon, Giratina. But Cyrus was very gung-ho about it's the destruction. What's needed is the destruction of the entire universe and to create it from scratch. I don't even think he was truly trying to lead that world. He was just trying to reshape it. And then in all honesty, we get into the sillies, in my opinion, with Gen 3. Gen 3 was Team Magma and Team Aqua. And they both were thinking, oh, this is for the benefit of the Pokemon and the people. If we're Team Aqua, we're trying to expand the seas because life came from the sea. And if there's more ocean, people can still survive. We got boats, and we got this cool submarine now. All that jazz. And then Team Magma was all about, oh, well, people and Pokemon live on land. We need more land for more people and Pokemon to thrive. So we're going to shrink the ocean. I like that in Emeralds they combined the two so that both parties were fighting around trying to get their stuff going so that eventually you would get to fight and try and catch Kyogre and Groudon. In the end, it wasn't a right away thing. I might just leave this Grieve art for later, honestly. But you'd go and fight for you'd fight against both sides because it's like, well, there's balance right now in the Pokemon world, and y'all trying to interrupt it and destroy it all. Because y'all can't control your stupid legendaries with anything. So here's Rayquaza. He's going to whoop the snot out of both of them for you. But, anyways, I digress. To me, that fight was silly between the two of them. And then if you were on Ruby or Sapphire, whichever, if you were on Ruby, it would be Team Magma that was the bad guys, and Team Aqua would be good guys, because they realized, oh, well, if life comes from the sea, we don't need to dry up the sea. We need to preserve the sea as it is. They weren't trying to awaken any monsters or anything like that. And then vice versa. In Sapphire, it's Team Aqua who's the baddies, and Team Magma's the good ones, because they're like, hey, we don't need more ocean. We need to have places still for people to live right now. But then Gen 1 and 2, I'm just going to lump them into one, were Team Rocket. And Team Rocket was very on the nose of what they were. They were a crime organization, and they used Pokemon to make money. They would steal and hijack things and take over. They were also trying to create the ultimate weapon of a Pokemon, Mewtwo. It's quite clear that Team Rocket is behind that. And to me, it's quite clear that Team Rocket is behind the R incidents in Pokemon Detective Pikachu. I mean, what other organization is going to decide to name the substance that it's working on as R? Come on. Also, it's still centered around Mewtwo, which makes me think that so in the first generation, Giovanni says he's going to disband Team Rocket. He tells you that after you defeat him at the 8th gym, because he's also the 8th gym leader. And then in Gen 2, Team Rocket is trying to bring him back. So to me, there's a couple of reasons why R could have been a thing in the first Pokemon games and in the first Detective Pikachu. They're trying to make a way to control Pokemon for their benefit. Sorry, had to crack my neck. They're trying to find a way to control Pokemon to their benefit so they can control Mewtwo again. And it could be one of two things. It could be that Giovanni never disbanded Team Rocket like he said he was going to. He just moved shop and didn't tell his old subordinates because he thought they were useless. Which is why in Gen 2 they're all trying to radio summon him back. Or he really did leave and it's all still attempts by his subordinates to bring him back. Not entirely sure what route Giovanni was trying to go with all of it. But it was... It certainly raises the question of whether or not Giovanni is truly Dunzo from Gen 1 and Gen 2. I don't think so. And the main reason I don't think so is that, well, there's actually two reasons. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, when you're traveling to the Elite Four, when you're traveling to the Pokemon League to challenge them, you go through Toho or Tojo Falls, which is the divide between Kanto and Johto. And as you're traveling through there, there's a secret little cave area that you can come across. That it looks like someone's been camping out in there and has left behind a radio. Now, the entirety of Gen 2, Team Rocket is still around, trying to find a way to continue operations and get a hold of their boss, Giovanni, to have him reinstated as leader. The fact that there's a radio there from the standpoint of there's nobody there to fight, there's nobody there to even talk to. The theory is that Giovanni was there as a fugitive and decided that he would come back to Team Rocket. You don't ever actually see him when you play the Gen 2 games, old or new. Giovanni's gone. His gym leader gets taken over by Blue, the original rival. But he's gone, and yet he comes back in, I think it's just specifically Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, not Sun and Moon. I don't remember. It's been a lot longer since I played Sun and Moon than Ultra Moon. But he is back with Rainbow Rocket, and he's using the power of an Ultra Beast to open... my nose keeps running in. I keep thinking it's a nosebleed. Anyways, he opens portals using an Ultra Beast to other realms where the other villains have been successful in what they were doing. Like, there's one where he opens it up to where Team Magma was successful in summoning Groudon and taking over and defeating Ruby in their conquest, so that they're able to shrink the ocean. But he literally snatches them at the peak of their power, which is why he's able to get both Archie and Maxie from there, and they both have Kyogre and Groudon, if I remember correctly, respectively, to their teams and everything. They don't both have both legendaries, but they've got them. And then there's like where he pulls Cyrus from the end when he had just been able to summon Giratina to his side for the purposes of destroying the world. The world's not destroyed, but he's telling him, hey, you can destroy this world once I'm done with it. And Getsus is there with Kyurem as his main powerhouse. It's actually pretty well done, the Rainbow Rocket comeback. And then Giovanni himself has Mewtwo. It could be... I mean, it's definitely the comeback that he needed. and it tells you that Giovanni never, or he may have disbanded Team Rocket, but that doesn't mean that he didn't come back to Team Rocket after the disbandment that Gen 2 was all trying to reverse. Realizing that his criminal organization would not live on, but they wanted to with his guidance. Just checking my stuff again. I think we might call it on Pokemon here for a bit. And potentially play something else. I'm not sure. Hello. I'm sorry, I didn't see your chat at first. Jay, I would love a sub. That would be nice. I also didn't see Mystery Bot beforehand. My apologies. I'm trying to trying out a new chat thing, and I might have to pop this out for... Oh, it pops the entire thing out. Okay, hold on. Let me try something. Can I just... Oh, I can. Cool. Okay. Because then I can just make a bigger chat. Excellent. Sorry, I'm trying to do as I've said before, I'm doing a multi-stream with there's a specific add-on for OBS. Don't tell Restream I'm not using it. But I'm using the plugin from OBS to run this, and I'm trying to figure out how to best make it so I can see the chat, because right now the only way that I'm able to see it is either I have it up on my phone for Twitch, and then I am hoping that I can just like basically read it as it pops up on my screen for Kick and YouTube, because I'm just now today trying this to be able to stream to multiple platforms. Give me 1 second. Wife's texting me. But anyways, I was running the Restream chat doc in here, but Restream's chat doesn't work with Kick yet. So I've been using Botrix chat to add it to the stream itself in the chat area that you see on screen. Actually, this works really well for me to do it this way. I just popped out the Botrix chat on its own on a side window for myself, and I can expand it, so that's awesome. Any Hoosers, hello, welcome. I apologize if I have missed you in chat at any point in time. I'm still on the end recovery stages of getting over COVID, which is why I'm coughing a bit still, and have been losing my voice. If you didn't notice it beforehand, we are shiny hunting in Scarlet, specifically for Grievard at this time. And earlier in chat, we caught, or earlier in the stream, we actually caught a shiny Phantom and a shiny Sentret, which we evolved into Furret. And I finished my Rockstar, so it's time to start drinking water for the rest of the... Oh, I didn't finish Rockstar. I'm about to. So, Jay, you say you work at Game Freak. What is that like? Because I'll be honest, it'd be pretty bomb to work for the company that designs one of my absolute favorite game series. If you're still in chat. I didn't see any shiny Grievard yet. There we go. Now let's try again. Looking around down here. I just want a golden doggy. Come on. Where are we at? Where are we at, Grievard? Anyways, I've been playing Pokemon since the originals came out on Game Boy. I had a Game Boy Pocket at the time. I did not start with a regular Game Boy. In fact, the Game Boy Pocket was a gift from an uncle of mine. And if Pokemon hadn't been a thing, I most likely would not have kept going with video games at first. Because I had some simple ones like Mickey and the Magic Wand, and there was like this one where it was like multi mini games on it, like some weird 3D maze running thing. And stuff like that, and I don't remember them that well. I didn't play them that long. But then I got Pokemon, I think it was a red version. I want to say it was red version because I vaguely remember that the color of the cartridge matched the color of my Game Boy because I had a red Game Boy Pocket. But I got Pokemon Red or Blue, one of the two, and was absolutely hooked from day one, and have been a Poke nerd for the past... Oh, I don't want to date myself. Well, I'm already dating myself on this anyways. I've been a Poke nerd since the first game came out. I have been playing for so dang long, it's not even funny. And I've been going through the spiels on the different differences in different game generations. Like, the most recent one, I don't know if you were in on it, was the bosses and their motives for what they were doing. Before that, when I was hunting the Sentret for the shiny hunt, I did the different early route Pokemon. And how Centra has stayed my favorite early route Mon for a minute. I've talked about my favorite ghost type as being very basic with Gengar, but I also really love Hisui and Zoroark. How wild it is looking. It's also I love the fact that it's a regional variant of the regular Zoroarks and Zoroas. All that jazz. But no, I absolutely love these games. Let us juke around the... Oh, no shiny tiger puppies, darn. Juke around the spooky cuteness. That's that dog trying to ambush me, Grievard. But, I mean, I watched this. 2 steps. Suddenly I have room for a picnic. Okay. Now let's pop back down here. See if we can find our little ghost puppy. I like Grievard. You know what? We can talk about some of like the different 2-stage dog Pokemon for a bit. So let's start with like some of the 2-stage doggies from Gen 1, which would be Growlithe and Arcanine, and Vulpix and Ninetales. Technically, I'd put them into the same category. I'm a fan of Arcanine. I mean, it's kind of hard not to be a fan of a very popular dog Pokemon such as that. I actually will say this though, I do like his Hisuian form much more in my opinion. Let me try something real quick. I'm gonna try and reduce the number of other Pokemon that shows up. I'm gonna try and make it so it's just Ghosty Boys. So we're gonna build a sandwich. Okay, so green pepper, red onion, cucumber, tomato, and then it wants oil, vinegar, and salt. Salt, oil, vinegar. I like the VV pick. Okay, this actually doesn't sound like too bad of a sandwich. Sounds very vegetarian-esque. I'm not normally a fan of putting raw onions on food. I just don't like onion for the most part. Hopefully the sandwich is right. If not, oh well. Now for the topper. Stick that in there. Coolio. Should encounter ghost level 2. I'm hoping that's the right one. Okay. Salt, oil, and it's definitely a veggie sandwich. It's just very strong on the tomato. and apparently very sour. It's only encounter level 1? What did I do wrong? I did everything right. Let's see. I don't think I have watercress, so I don't think I can do that. Oh well, level 1's probably fine for this, honestly. Yeah, Mimikyu got some XP from that. Just trying to increase the odds of seeing more Grievard than other Mons. Okay, back to dog Pokemon that are staples in their games. Gen 1 was Arcanine and Vulpix. Well, Arcanine and Ninetales, but Arcanine is definitely the better one. Honestly, it's got better stats in general, too. I'm a fan of it. I really like Arcanine's Hisuian form better, though, by a lot. It's to me no contest. The Rock Fire Hisuian Arcanine is much, much cooler looking. Gen 2, with the introduction of Dark types, also introduced Houndour and Houndoom, which we've seen a couple of them dudes hanging around here a little bit. I think that was a really cool Pokemon to introduce, a good, strong fire type. He is a glass cannon. You either take your swings quickly with him, or you lose him. It's that simple. Gen 3. I don't really think there was a dog Pokemon line introduced in Gen 3. Or Gen 4. I might be brain farting. Gen 4 might have had more of an emphasis on the Shinx line, introducing a new kitty to the lines, as opposed to a dog. Oh, Gen 4 also introduced Glameow and Purugly. So there was much more of an introduction of cats in Gen 4. Gen 5... Oh, no, Gen 4 introduced Lucario. Duh. I would call him the dog Pokemon of Gen 4. Really solid choice. Because he's a two-stager. I think Gen 5 would technically go outside of its normal introductory two-stage dog with the three-stage with Stoutland. Because Lillipup, Herdier, and Stoutland is definitely a dog Pokemon. Trying to think if there's anybody else. I'm having a brain fart right now. I haven't played Gen 5 in so long. They did introduce more cat Pokemon with one of my favorite dark lines, which is Purloin and Liepard. Absolutely love them. I have a shiny Purloin and a shiny Liepard, both on my Pokemon Home right now, because Purloin reminds me a lot of my cat that passed away back in 2020. Her name was Callie. She was a calico. I know, very original name on my part. Absolutely love that cat to death. She loved me. She was super friendly, but she had a lot of health conditions that were going on with her that in the end there was no more that we could do for her. But I at the time was really trying to get Pokemon to memorialize her with, and the one that really stood out to me at the time was Purloin and Liepard, which was very easy to get because Sword and Shield were a thing, and I was able to Masuda method breed for them. I was trying to get a female, which is why I have both a Purloin and a Liepard, because the Purloin I have is a male, and I wanted a female. So I took a lot of time and a lot of effort to continue with the Masuda method, because I got that male shiny Purloin 5 eggs in, at most. I don't remember the exact number, but I remember it was a number I could count on one hand. And then it was several hundred eggs later from the Masuda method that I hatched a shiny Purloin. Like, I think we were hitting at least 700, if not more, on the egg hatching count. And for those of you not familiar with it, the Masuda method is a way of increasing the odds of finding a shiny Pokemon when you're breeding. It's possible to change the level of steps it takes for an egg to appear based on the Pokemon that you use for the breeding method. If the more compatible the Pokemon are, the quicker the egg will come around. However, on that same note, if they're compatible and from different in real life geographical regions, it increases the odds of a shiny being hatched from those eggs. For example, with regards to the Purloin that I was trying to hatch a shiny of, I had a Liepard that I had caught in game, and I was breeding it with a Ditto that I received from another trainer who caught it in Japan. So I can actually show you. It's not the same Ditto, but this is what I'm talking about. You see down underneath the me pointing on my screen doesn't work, but underneath the Ditto where its name is at, you also see it says JPN. That means that this Ditto was originally caught on a game that is registered in Japan. By breeding this Ditto with another Pokemon, for example, I was working on breeding Ditto with Dreepy, as you can see by the freaking 5 or 6 boxes I have full of them. I was trying the Masuda method on these two. The Dreepy is one that I caught in a Terra raid battle because it doesn't normally show up in Scarlet except for if you go on somebody's Violet for a Terra raid battle or you go there for a Union circle. So I was trying to get a shiny of that. The fact that these are both from different in real life regions means that I have a higher likelihood of producing a shiny when I am breeding them. It's all about trying to increase the odds. I unfortunately am still missing the shiny charm to increase the odds better than they are, but it goes from I think the odd is like the odds of a just pure luck shiny out of nowhere full odds is like 4,800 something still. But I think the Masuda method drops it down to something around the lines of 1 in 500. It's not much of a change, but it is a well, it is a significant change. It's technically about 20 times better to do the Masuda method. Actually, it's even more than that. It's a lot better to try and do the Masuda method than it is to just take two and slap them together. But I've used the Masuda method on a few Pokemon. I really didn't start doing a lot of shiny hunting until Gen 8. I wasn't trying with Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, but I do have a shiny Hawlucha that I named Mucha Lucha from Sun Ultra Moon. Yeah, that was the one I was playing it on. I have a shiny Hawlucha that I nicknamed Mucha Lucha. Where is she at? She's very cool. There she is, Mucha Lucha. I was actually doing a different thing in Ultra Moon at the time. Fun fact, you can get a Salamence at level 10 in Ultra Moon after you have defeated the first trial. There is a little route area south of the yellow meadow field area where Nebby gets lost, that when you walk around in that grass, you run across Mankey, Hawlucha, a couple other Pokemon, and then you run across Bagons. Nothing too special in its own way. It's a Bagon. Eventually, Bagon can level up and evolve into Salamence. Now, that's a good powerhouse to have, but it does take time because it's not until like the 50s that you can get your Salamence that way. However, Sun and Moon introduced the concept of SOS battles, where you're fighting a wild Pokemon. If they feel like they're struggling, they can call for help. Why is my Hawlucha fainted? That's not okay. We're gonna put her on the team for now too. I like her. Anyways, they introduced the concept of SOS battles where if a Pokemon was in danger, they could call for help and another Pokemon would appear. It is possible for a Bagon to do an SOS call and find a Salamence coming to its aid. It is best to do this SOS calling when you use an adrenaline orb, because it is going to bring more it's going to bring more chances that they're going to try and call for help. It is also best to do this when you have Pokemon that can just sit around and do nothing for a minute. And that nothing could be something as simple as using a Leer several times, or something that doesn't do damage to the Pokemon you're trying to make do an SOS call. If you are able to do this method, you can get a Salamence that's anywhere between level 9 and level 12, I believe. Which is huge to have a Pokemon that fully evolved at that low level. It's along the lines of Lance the Dragon Master somehow having 2 Dragonites at level 50 before they evolve at level 55. This is also considered one of the absolute rarest Pokemon to have shiny luck on, because it is specifically in this encounter that I'm referring to, because technically a shiny Salamence isn't that rare, but a shiny Salamence from this specific SOS encounter is. Because it is most likely a full odds shiny. The likelihood of encountering another Salamence beyond the first one that you encounter here is extremely low. Let me elaborate. When you are looking for the Salamence, you need to first find a Bagon. The odds of finding a wild Bagon in that grass is 1%. Then you have to get it to do the SOS method, or the SOS call. You have to hope that it calls a Pokemon. The likelihood of Bagon calling for a Salamence is also 1%. So your odds of finding even a regular Salamence from the SOS method by itself, the odds of the SOS encounter leading to a Salamence is somewhere along the lines of 0.0001%. You don't even get a full percentage to find that Bagon, or to find that Salamence. Then you have to consider the fact that shiny Pokemon are few and far between already. Straight full odds shinies are about 4,800, 1 in 4,800. Give or take. I know there's like a very specific number, but the 4,800 is close enough. So you have to hope. It's some infinitesimally small odds that the Salamence that you call forth is going to be green instead of its normal blue. And it's insane to think that those odds, it can happen. It can. But my God, I do not have the patience for it. Much like I didn't have the patience for shiny hunting before Gen 8. Which, technically speaking, Gen 8 includes Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu. Because that's when it came out on the Switch and was the first console level gym challenging game. I had a lot of fun on Let's Go Eevee, Let's Go Pikachu. I don't feel that there's a lot of replayability, personally, but I'm still gonna say that it was worth my money to get Let's Go Eevee. I was shiny hunting Eevee on there because it has a different shiny hunting setup. Basically, you can encounter the more you shiny chain a the more you chain a Pokemon, the better. So when I mean by chaining, is you either capture it or defeat it in battle to create a chain, and you keep going with that chain. In Let's Go Eevee, the chain had to be, I think, 32 Pokemon in a row of the same kind. And once you've hit that point, you don't have to keep fighting or catching them. You can, if you run into it, you should run away. Because if you run away, it doesn't break the chain. But if the Pokemon itself runs away, it breaks the chain. I was attempting to shiny hunt. This is actually when I first started really trying to shiny hunt more, because I was trying to get myself a shiny Eevee that I would eventually evolve into a shiny Flareon on that game, because they didn't have Pokemon Home wasn't a thing at the time, and I couldn't just transfer. I was going to eventually get myself an Eevee and hope that there would be a way to trade it to a game that I could evolve it to Umbreon, because I didn't have shiny Umbreon yet. But there was no breeding in Let's Go Eevee, so I didn't do any Masuda method on that one. And before that, I wasn't Masuda method breeding on any other game. But I was going to get myself a shiny Eeveelution. Probably Flareon. Or Vaporeon. At the time. But while I was shiny chaining, I had... Oh, there we are. Hold up, hold up. I finally found my golden boy. We are going to save. Or golden girl, I don't know. But we got it. Okay, cool. I can stop shiny hunting. Grievard. I guess the question is what Pokeball to use. I think a luxury ball. Yeah. Anyways. I was shiny hunting for I knew it. Okay. The good news is I'm sending in Mucha Lucha, which means I can use Brick Break and have no effect, and I don't have to worry about being, I do have to worry about that. Let me see something. Well, your moves are all effective. Damn, okay. We'll keep it going for now. Anyways, while I was there, one of the first shinies I actually encountered was not a shiny Eevee. I never did find a shiny Eevee in, that's rude. I never did find a shiny Eevee in Let's Go Eevee. There we go, caught it. I found a shiny Doduo. His nickname's Kiwi. He's in my Pokemon Home because I can't bring him to Scarlet and Violet. See, he's got such a sad Pokedex entry. A dog Pokemon that died in the wild without ever interacting with a human was reborn as a Pokemon. God dang sad boy. Oh, oopsie. Okay, we need to put him on the team. Where's he at? I actually need to see if he's got the crafty mark too. No. Interesting. Quirky with a sturdy body though, that's a good combo. We're going to take Fluttermane off the team. Move him to the front. Bag. Rare candy. Because I know y'all want to see this. Oh, wait. What? He didn't evolve. Oh, the heck? Did I mess up? I think I messed up. So... we want... databases... Scarlet, Violet... Why did you not evolve? What? I thought it was a level thing. At night. Oh, I was not paying attention. Do I have any other rare candies? Nope. I got mochis like crazy, though. Oh, that's good. Fresh start mochi. I'm a fan. That's gonna be great. That's gonna be super. Sorry, I know I got the mochis and I just never looked at them before. Okay. Well, we could keep looking for another Grievard in the meantime. So I can keep one and evolve the other. So why not? We're gonna just keep going until we feel like stopping. I don't really want to switch games right now. I'll probably play something else tomorrow though when I stream. If you're still watching, this is not a normal streaming time for me. I normally stream Tuesday through Thursday, from 7 to 10-ish. Depends on the game, depends on what can be accomplished. In the span of 3 hours. Sometimes it's a little earlier, sometimes it's not. But if I have free time on days that I don't normally have scheduled, I will pop in and stream. Tuesdays are normally Detective Pikachu Returns right now. I just recently started it. I think I've done 2 streams so far. Uh-oh. 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 Glitch, glitch, glitch. I'm stuck. There we go. Fun times. Anyways, normally on Tuesdays it's Detective Pikachu. It can range anywhere between 2 to 3 hours depending on where I'm at with the missions. I unfortunately last stream, which was so long ago, I feel so bad for this, but I got sick. I left on a bit of a cliffhanger for Detective Pikachu. Wait a minute. When he came out, he didn't look shiny. You're not shiny. Which means I wasted my... Oh, yeah, that's right. I caught one in Kitakami because I realized I didn't have him on my... Pokedex. You're shiny. Yes, okay. That was stupid of me. Oh well. Anyways, would have been a waste of rare candy anyways because, oh, which means I didn't check if you have the crafty mark. No, you don't have the crafty mark. Proud of its power, though. That's good. Hold up. Brave nature, proud. You are a power attacker. Yo, what? Okay. Anyways, I kind of left on a cliffhanger, expecting to be able to keep playing my Detective Pikachu Returns, and unfortunately, I was very ill with COVID. Not fun. Haven't been able to play it, but I want to keep that one on the schedule so that those who are very interested in the game and want to watch me play it don't have to worry about trying to catch it at a random time. So it's kind of like when people want to watch their favorite episode on, well, I don't know if this tracks anymore with everybody. I'm aging myself again, but the back in the day sort of thing was that if you wanted to watch your favorite program and you wanted to watch all the new episodes coming out of it, you would catch it at a certain time every week. I guess if you're looking at new shows on like Crunchyroll or Hulu or stuff like that, it introduces itself a new episode on a weekly basis, doesn't it? It was something like that. But the the idea is that it's kind of like a regularly scheduled program. I don't want to randomly pick it up on a Saturday when it normally shows on a Tuesday. And then somebody's missing an episode, basically. I don't want it to happen that way because I am very inconsistent with when I upload my stream recordings to YouTube. Now that I'm using YouTube Live as one of the 3 platforms I'm streaming on, again, don't tell Restream. But now that I'm doing it on live, it might be easier to catch it for those of you who miss it when the VOD ends on Twitch or Kick. But there's a lot of Pokemon over here. Oopsie. That's not good. There we go. Anyways, God, Muchaluch is so little compared to the rest of them. I forgot my train of thought. Look, it's Detective Pikachu. I think this was the area that I shiny hunted my Vaporeon. Yes, it is. But it was in the water. Because that's a Mimikyu over there. I'm betting you money right now that that's a Mimikyu. Oh, it was. It's gone now. What the heck? You can also occasionally get a Dratini outbreak out here. But I never hunted Dratini out here. I say specifically out here because I did shiny hunt Dratini in Scarlet and in Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, it's one of the few that I will ever do that is a water shiny hunt. Because the water introduces such hard graphics to work with when an outbreak is occurring or there's a lot of Pokemon in the water. It's very rough on the processor for the Switch. What I'm really looking forward to is the possibility of the next console for Nintendo. There was a guy I follow on TikTok. He was talking about how the there's a lot of talk and speculation of a new console coming sooner as opposed to later, to make up for the graphics deficit that, like, you see these graphics in Scarlet. They're not good. They really aren't. There's a lot of improvement here in the Switch alone that needs to happen. But there's talk that even before the next generation of Pokemon comes out on Switch, they're going to potentially be making the Switch 2 or an equivalent of a similar style, basically an upgrade to the Switch. I personally think they have already leaked a little bit of what a Switch 2 could be for us. I honestly think we're gonna probably call it here on the stream. If you want to stick around and see what I mean by them changing what the Switch will look like, give me a little bit of time while I switch games, because I think they leaked it in a very new game. 1 second. There we are. Okay. And I think that if I'm right, about this, we are going to have camera capabilities with said console. Mobile camera capabilities. It might even be a good quality camera. I don't know. It might also be something that introduces the ability of having Pokemon Go on the Switch, or the Switch 2, whatever you want to call it. Okay, we're at a good spot. Why am I in Rito Village? Oh, because I was using... Okay, sorry. It's been so long since I played this. I couldn't remember why I was in Rito Village. Okay, it's loading. I know this is random. This is just the last 5 minutes. If you don't want to stick around, it's fine. But I honestly think... Oh, is there a way for me to show you guys? Here, the Pura pad. I can't show it any other way. But It's used in Tears of the Kingdom only so far. They had the Sheikah Slate in um, um, Breath of the Wild. Wow, I'm having brain farts real bad right now. They had it in Breath of the Wild. It was the Sheikah Slate, and it looked remarkably similar to the Switch. The Pura Pad also looks remarkably similar to the Switch. If you look at the corner where it's at, where I have it highlighted, if you look at the Pura Pad, it has a black base to it, and it has what looks like red handles, or you can call them controllers on the sides, which is what Link uses to go and skip through to areas to figure out like he can look in the Pura Pad. Like technically, that's what we're doing right now. Is if we go here, this is in the Pura Pad, the map, the adventure log, profiles of different characters. It's all skipped through into by Link in his Pura Pad, so he can like use this to teleport to the different waypoints that are set up from these towers. How did I die there? I don't. Oh, because it was the temple. But the Pura Pad in its image shows off a different, distinct feature that Link uses to update maps in game. When he jumps from the towers, he's plugged into a system that uplinks what he sees through the camera, through the scanner on the back of the Pura Pad. That blue eyeball that you see in the center of the Pura Pad is used for scanning and uploading data. What if Tears of the Kingdom is using its own, or what if Nintendo is using its own games to provide leaks of future consoles, games, everything to us? Granted, when Breath of the Wild came out, the Sheikah Slate looked like the Switch. There wasn't anything new to it. There was technically a camera feature that you could use, but it wasn't one of the true highlights of the game. The true highlight was mainly the abilities that you could use to create bombs, stasis, freeze, and the open world concept. They've changed the abilities on here. And the towers, to unlock the map data, you have to use the scanner that is featured on the Pura Pad. I'm probably getting hyped up about this more than I should, but Jay, if you're still on here working for Game Freak and you have any ideas of the next console, I'm not asking you to tell me yes or no on details or leaks or anything like that, because I know Nintendo cracks down hardcore on leakers. But if you know, you know, and you can reach back out to me when it's time for confirmation publicly and tell me I was right or wrong, because that'd be sick. But as it is, friends, I think I've streamed for longer than I should have. My voice is gone. Um, I am exhausted. That energy drink did nothing for me, and I think I need to lay down for a bit. But I had a lot of fun. We found 3 shinies on stream. That's quite a bit. We found the Phantom within the first 20 minutes. We found the Sentret. I'm super happy about that. I've been wanting a Sentret for a minute because he's my favorite of the early route normals. And we just recently found that Grievard. So I'm glad I got to share this time with you. I look forward to sharing more time with you. I will probably do another stream tomorrow as a makeup stream. And I'm not sure what I'll stream yet. Depends on my energy, my mood, all that fun stuff. But it's not going to be Detective Pikachu Returns. That's still going to only be on Tuesdays. And I'm only going to progress in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom on Thursdays. I will not do anything else in Tears of the Kingdom outside of my scheduled time frame. Wednesday's still a free day until I decide what I'm going to put in there, but it's wildcard Wednesdays. So if I'm feeling up for it, I'll see you all tomorrow. If not, I will see you on Tuesday for our regularly scheduled stream. Hope you guys have a nice weekend. Stay safe and don't get sick like me. Peace.